We have a visiting artist with us this morning. I'll let you guys know everything and how it works. I'll let you know about everything and how it works, and then I'll talk about what exactly it is they're doing at the bench here. We're making goblets, as you can see, for next week's Goblet Week. All of these cups are assembled in a process. Okay, so everything that we do here in the hot shop starts within the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank over here. It's full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It runs 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. So when we open that door, there's about 2,300 degrees shooting at us. We'll dip the hollow steel rod into the furnace and rotate. As we rotate, we'll gather glass and then blow into the end of that pipe, and it'll create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. From there, we'll go in and out of the glory hole, which is where Granite is standing now. Granite Kalingpong is our visiting artist for the day, which means that he's going to work with our team and create goblets. He'll blow into the end of that pipe to put a little bit more air into the vessel that he's creating currently. And so in and out of the glory hole is where we have to go to keep the glass hot. The glass must remain above 1,000 degrees while we are working to prevent shock or cracking. How you guys doing? Welcome to the hot shop. We're making goblets this morning. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So, as we work in and out of this glory hole, there's no molten hot glass in the glory hole. There's only thermal energy. It's lined with hollow fire brick, which helps sustain all the energy, all the thermal energy inside of the oven. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass. Oh, the glory hole is 2,300 degrees. The furnace is 21. Sometimes I mix those up, so forgive me. And so in and out of the glory hole will work, and then we'll go over to the bench. So currently at the bench, we have our first hollow pipe with a vessel at the end, which may be the top of the goblet. We'll see as they're working, as they're figuring out what they're going to make. I'll give you guys updates. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. I'll be happy to answer your questions, and Carly will be happy to answer your questions to the best of her ability also. So we're going to build our goblet, our cup on this rod. Typically, we'll make different parts and place them all together, but everyone has their own approach to creating goblets. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So there are multiple parts of goblets. We have the bowl, the volio, the disc, the object ball, the stem, and the foot. But everybody does it differently when they create. So today we're going to do it all on one pipe. and then we'll remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe and open up the top. We always work the bottom before we clean up the top. Thank you. So as we bring that bubble over, you can see the bubble a little bit better on the big screen. We'll go back into the um, reheating chamber, get it nice and warm, and then we'll clean it up. We blow the bubble onto the bottom, and it's a blown foot. And so when we open it up, it's very light instead of placing a solid foot on, which adds weight to the goblet. So we'll go in with those jacks and slowly open up that bubble that was placed onto the bottom of the ball. This week, our next week is Goblet Week, so we're preparing for Goblet Week. Next Saturday, we will also have a ticketed event where you're welcome to come and purchase one of these one-off goblets. So if you have any interest in goblets, you can come and hang out with us here Saturday in the evening. There will be various artists next week that are coming, visiting artists to design their goblets with us. We have Catherine Gray with special guest Nancy Callan, Dante Marioni, and Jim Mongrain will be here next week creating their goblets. So check us out online if you'd like to come to the goblet ticketed event next Saturday. Can we see the goblet slide? Today, our visiting artist is Granite Kalimpong. He is creating goblets with us. He will also be here with us next week as well. So now we will center up a transfer pipe. And what we just did in that quick motion was we put an additional rod at the bottom so we can now work on the top. We'll get the top hot, clean it up, shear off the excess, and then it will be considered finished. We have to tap it sometimes because a little excess glass can get stuck in the vessel portion of the cup. And so when we do that little tap motion, it's because we're cleaning out the cup. So we'll use the soffietta to add a little bit more air into the shoulders, and that's because we can no longer blow into the punchy rod. The soffietta is the definition is a little puffer tool. A lot of the tools are named after Italian terms. A lot of even the movements and the next steps are even Italian words that we use because, as you know, glass was brought over from Italy, specifically Chihuly in his fellowship. After he had a fellowship at Vanini, he learned a lot and brought it all back to the States. So we'll add a little bit of water, knock it off. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. As I said earlier, Granite Kalimpong is our visiting artist for the day. He's working with the hot shop to get some of his goblets prepared for next Saturday. He'll also be working next Saturday for our goblet event. We have to place the glass in the oven where it can cool back down to room temperature. It can't sit out in the natural environment because it could interfere with thermal shock as the inner layers and the outer layers cool. We want them to cool at an even, steady temperature. We can probably take that out tomorrow around the same time that it was put in. So, as we get ready to make our next piece, as you can see, into the furnace, granite will dip, and as you rotate that hot steel pipe, it will gather the glass up because hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. That furnace is about 2100 degrees. We'll go rotate, and then you will see he'll blow into the end of that pipe, and the bubble will, as the air tries to release, it'll turn into a bubble. It looks like it's orange, but that is what 2100 degrees visually looks like. And you'll see the bubble will slowly emerge as he continues to blow. He's carved out a hollow space in the end of that glass. And this is the initial starting process to any piece that is carved out. It could be a cup, a bowl, a vessel. You can pretty much turn it into anything, but today we're making goblets. All of the glass in the furnace is clear. We can add color in different ways, different applications. So we'll go in with those jacks. Those jacks are two really large inverted blades, and we'll carve in a jack line. And what this does is this will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It adds stress in that environment, which allows us to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe later. Why is the ceiling so tall? So the cone is about 90 feet tall. And back in the day, when Tacoma wasn't what it is right now, there were wigwam burners down here that burned off the driftwood that would come down, and they were in this shape. They weren't this tall. And so when Chihuly and the architects designed this building, they wanted to pay homage to old Tacoma as they facelifted new Tacoma. And so that's why it's a cone, but it's an homage to old Tacoma. So this one will have a stem. Our other one that we just made had more of the optic ball separating the cup from the foot. We'll place a stem onto this one, and as we clean it up, you'll see Gabe blow into the end of that pipe, which creates a bubble. He'll go in with his jacks to separate the bubble from the end of the pipe, and he'll come over and place that little bubble, that blown foot, onto the end of the stem, which will give us a very lightweight foot in opposition to a solid foot. We'll lay it on, position ourselves, and cut it off. So we transferred off the initial blowpipe, and now we'll clean up the top of the bowl portion of the goblet. You guys have a wonderful next visit. Thanks for hanging out with us in the hot shop. We'll go in with our shears and cut it as the glass gets colder. Luckily, it's thin, so it won't be as resistant and hard to cut. We'll go in with the soffietta, the little puffer tool, to add some air back into that vessel portion, the cut portion of the goblet, which will broaden the shoulders as it gets hotter and as you tweeze it. Sometimes it loses a little bit of, air because it shrinks when it gets hot. And so we'll just go in and reinforce some of the shape and then continue to shape it. Welcome to the hot shop, guys. We are making goblets today. Our visiting artist is Granite Kalimpong. He will also be here next Saturday, which is our goblet, the almost the end of our goblet week. We are having a goblet weekend celebration this Saturday. Also, you're welcome to get a ticket and purchase a goblet during the event. I will let you guys know what's happening here on the hot shop floor in just a moment. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for this after. Oh, it's morning still. Good morning. So we'll go here and knock it off the end of the transfer rod. Let's give Granite a round of applause for all his hard work. Let's clap it up. Into the oven, we will place it where it'll cool down until tomorrow. So as we get started again, for my new friends that just joined us, I'll let them know what's happening, the functions. So as we use this hollow steel pipe, we'll go into the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank full of about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's about 2,100 degrees, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So he'll come here to the marvering table and marver the glass. The glass looks orange because that's what 2,100 degrees looks like. He'll then blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. He caps the pipe, which traps the air into that hollow rod, and as it tries to escape, it'll emerge at the end of the rod in the hot glass. That glass chills pretty quickly, so we have to reheat it in the reheating chamber. So he'll go into that chamber where there's only thermal energy. So in the glory hole, it's about 25 3,300 degrees. It only has thermal energy. There's no glass inside of the glory hole, but we have to keep the glass very hot so it can remain malleable. And then into the optic mold he dipped. The optic mold creates low and high points in the glass, which creates texture on the outside of the glass. And so as you can see, well, maybe it wasn't an optic mold. It was the pineapple mold. Can we please see the pineapple mold diagram? So when you dip into the pineapple mold, if you look up at the big screen there, it'll create low and high points. If we gather over those points, they will intentionally place bubbles in a pattern in the glass. If we do not, we'll just blow it out and it'll create a pineapple design and the skin of the glass at the surface. We are working on the bowl portion of the goblet. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, you can ask me or Curly. We're gonna add an oval optic ball. So I'm sorry, we're just gonna add a ball to have add some space between the bottom and the top of the cup. And so that's what Sarah did. She dropped on a ball of glass to, this is the top of the cup that we're working on right now. So, if you're interested in blowing glass as a youth, you guys all go to First Creek, which is over on the east side, right? East side of Tacoma. Let's see. You would have to get transported and apply to the Hilltop Artist Program, which is located at Jason or Hilltop Heritage Middle School on about 6th Avenue. And so you can go online, the hilltopartist.org, or you can go into the Grand Hall. Maybe Emma could show you, and where all the pamphlets are, you can give them a Hilltop Artist flyer. I started off as a Hilltop artist at the age of 11, going on 12. And you can learn how to flame work, which is like make glass beads. You can do fusing, mosaic work, and you can blow glass as a youth. You have to be 12, can't be 11. You have to be 12. And once you're 12, you can apply to be in the after school program and ask your parents to transport you over to Hilltop Artists. Yeah, that's how you can get in as a youth. Or can we see the fusing glass tile slide? Hey everybody, welcome to the Hot Shop. We are making, Granite Kalimpong is with us here today. He's our visiting artist. We are making goblets. So we also have workshops here at the Museum of Glass where you can ignite your creativity. The Education Studio workshops are held every second and third weekend of the month. Choose from full fusing, tack fusing, slumping, which is kind of like making bowls, or mosaic. So you can go to museumofglass.org and ask your parents to bring you back here for a workshop where you can make glass tiles in the education studio. I hope that helps answer your questions. Emma will show you guys where the Hilltop Artist brochures are. Take them home and talk to your parents if you want to blow glass. You can't blow glass here, but you can blow glass at Hilltop Artists. So back into the process, we've blown on a foot onto the end of that ball there. We are building the goblet all on one rod. This is the bottom that Brandon is working on. He takes those really large blades and he carves in. Have a great day. Bye-bye. And so he'll go in and he'll carve off the excess glass. Gabe hits it off. We blew on a hollow foot to be able to open up this blown orb, and the foot will flatten itself organically when we open it up. And so the texture on the outside of the foot as well as the texture on the goblet, they are the same. It's a pineapple texture that we've stuffed the hot glass into a bronze mold. He'll go in with a little soffietta and give it a little puff. Known as a little puffer tool in English. A lot of our tools are named after Italian words because that's where glass was brought over from during the studio glass movement. We're making goblets. If you have any questions, Carly or myself will be happy to answer your questions. So we'll give the top of that goblet a little flash. It's really important that we give it a little flash on the top in that portion because we don't want that part to chill down too much. So we give it some extra heat. That portion of the pipe always goes in last when we reheat and it comes out first. Oh, this red cart right here, it has lines in it. It has propane and oxygen lines, and it has to be concealed. So this is how they concealed it, and that's where they come out of the floor. So Sarah will come over and position herself to be able to catch the goblet. So now we're going to work on the opposite side of the cup, which is the top. We clean up the bottom before we secure the top. So the access point that we were blowing into that hollow pipe is really tiny. So we slowly start to get it hot and open it up, and then he'll go in with his shears. He tweezed it just a little. We'll go in with our shears to clean it up, even it out, and then we'll continue to clean up the top of the goblet. Do you guys have questions? No? Okay, welcome to the hot shop. We're making goblets today. The visiting artist is Granite Kalimpong. We will have a goblet week all week next week. We'll have different artists come Wednesday through Sunday. Wednesday is Dante Marioni. Thursday is Jim Mongrain. Friday is Nancy Callan, special guest. She is Catherine Gray, special guest. And then Saturday, Granite will be back into the hot shop, and Sunday the team will be here. Saturday evening's a ticketed event where if you're interested in purchasing one of these one-off goblets, you're welcome to come and hang out, purchase a goblet, and enjoy some hors d'oeuvres. We'll put a little bit of water on the end of that pipe, which will create stress and crack the glass intentionally. We'll knock it off and then walk it over to the annealing oven. Let's give Granite let's give him a round of applause for all his hard work. Clap it up. And then into the oven is where we place it. It has to rest in the oven. So we can't leave it in the natural environment because as it slowly cools down, we don't want those inner and outer layers to crack because all of the layers are different temperatures. Even though it's thin, there's still different layers, kind of like an onion. And so it'll rest in there overnight and then it'll be ready tomorrow around this time. Can we please see the Goblet Week slide? Goblet Week will be next week, and next Saturday will be our event where you're welcome to come and purchase a one off goblet. So, we're getting closer to the end of this goblet. We'll go in and out of the glory hole. We're opening up the top portion. Can I please see the goblet diagram? So we've made the bowl. If you look up on the big screen there, we've added some parts in between. We've created our own version of a stem. And then we've also added the foot to the bottom of the cup. We have to work in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the goblet from cracking. We don't want any stress to be added, so there's only thermal energy in the reheating chamber. Can we please see the diagram for the glory hole? So as we work in and out of the glory hole, you can see that it's lined with hollow fire brick in the barrel, which can sustain all of those high temperatures. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's smoking hot inside of that glory hole. So we'll go in with those jacks. Those jacks are a great tool for shaping. And we'll slowly open up the top. And then now, at the end, when we're done, we'll add a little bit of water to the end of that pipe. Sarah will catch the goblet off of the pipe. Let's give him a round of applause for all his hard work. You guys got to come in at the end of this goblet, so when we start over, I will give you all the beginning. So it has to go into the oven where it cools down over time to prevent thermal shock. It can't stay in the natural environment because it will then crack when the inner layers and the outer layers meet. There's layers kind of like an onion, and there's layers of different temperatures. Right? So, everything that we do here in the hot shop starts where Granite is at. Granite's our visiting artist today. You'll dip into the furnace. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. As we rotate, we'll then have a really hot gather of glass. The furnace is about 2,300 or 2,100 degrees. Can we please see the furnace slide? It's about 2,300 degrees, powered by natural gas and forced air. There is a door on it, or 2,100 degrees, sorry. There's a door on it because we don't want anything to get into that clear glass. So Granite blew into the end of that pipe, and he caps the pipe. As the air tries to escape, it carves out into the bubble there. It creates a bubble. We then will go into the reheating chamber where we are just getting that glass nice and hot again to keep it malleable. The glass has to remain above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of shock. We'll go into the mold. The mold will then create texture on the outer layers of the surface of the glass. It chills to the surface of the glass, creating pattern and texture. I think that one was the optic mold, so it creates low and high points. Now Gabe will go in and blow into the end of the pipe as Granite elongates, stretches out the glass. We'll go in with our jacks to clean up the end, and then we'll create a jack line. The jacks are a very large pair of knives. They're inverted blades, which are used to carve into the glass to create stress. This part indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. If you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. This is Carly. We'll be happy to answer any of your questions. So we're working on the stem portion of the goblet. Can we please see the goblet diagram again? So Sarah came over and added a hot bit of glass. And so our the stems that Granite has been creating today have been a little bit different. They don't really consist of the volio and the optic bulb. They're not as traditional, which is really good because we get to see something different today in opposition to the traditional piecing the goblet all the way together. He's creating all of his on one pipe in one go. Um, And I really like the stems that he's been creating with the different high and low points. They kind of look like some of them, the one before, just look like stacked balls of glass. So as we go on with the stem, we'll use those really big jacks, those really big knives to basically carve and shape. Do you guys have any questions? No, you're doing all right? Yes. When they accidentally burn themselves, do they drop the glass? No, because they're trained not to just drop it. If they accidentally burn themselves, they'll just walk away and heal themselves up, bandage them, or not bandaged, but get some cream, but they don't drop it. And then, the thing about it is they're professional artists who have been doing this for a long time, and you kind of like when you're in the kitchen and you're cooking and you might accidentally touch something that's hot and you don't know. It's like you might burn yourself a little bit more in the kitchen than you do here because they know what's hot. And the best thing you can do is assume everything is hot before you just touch it. Was there another question? Yeah. Say it one more time. What's that? Does everybody blow into the pipe? Yeah, I mean, multiple people will blow into the pipe, but it's okay. Yeah. Maybe with the. Oh, do they clean the pipe, like wash them? She's like, so yes, if the pieces are on the ground, but typically, no. So if it hits the floor, we're gonna throw it away because it could have collected the sediment off the ground, just little pieces of. But when we pour the clear glass into the cylinder over there, that's all cut out. We recycle that clear glass. So clear glass can be recycled if it does not have color. If it has color, it's contaminated because the crucible only has clear in it. So we'll go on with the jacks. The jacks are carving into the glass, and as it carves, it creates stress in a specific area, which helps us remove ourselves. So we're basically cleaning it up. We'll do that intentionally to be able to clean the extra glass up. And so Sarah comes over to knock it off. We blew on this orb of a foot, and so we blow on the foot portion. So when we open it up, it's a hollow foot instead of a solid foot, which creates more weight on the goblets. For those of you who are just joining, welcome to the Hot Shop. We're making goblets. Next week is Goblet Week, and next Saturday we'll have a ticketed event where you can come and purchase one of these one-off goblets. So there are many. The one question that's always a great question is how does glass get color? So there are many ways to add color to glass. All the glass that we're using is clear for these goblets, just by choice, not because of anything specific. So I will show you a video, show you better than I can tell you. Can I please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Well, welcome to the Hot Shop. We have visiting artists with us, Granite Kalimpong today. He'll also be here Saturday. Next week is Goblet Week. So we'll have different artists come and create their own interpretation of goblets Wednesday through Sunday. And on Saturday, if you're interested in attending the ticketed event, you can buy a ticket online and come and purchase one of the one-off goblets that we've been creating all week next week. And so today we have Granite. He'll be here with us on Saturday also creating with the Hot Shop team. He is creating his own interpretation of goblets. And so it's really nice to watch him approach the process. And so have you guys watched glass blowing before? So you know that we have a furnace and it all starts in the furnace. We'll blow into that pipe and reheat ourselves in the glory holes, and then we'll start to shape the goblet process. That how Granite approaches it, it's all one go on the same pipe in opposition to it being pieced together bit by bit. Can we please see the goblet slide? I mean the illustration of a goblet. So on Saturday, we will have a goblet event here in the evening hours. And if you're interested, you can get a ticket to the event and then come and hang out with us. And you're welcome to select what a goblet to purchase. These are all one-off goblets. None of them are the same, which makes it really awesome. This will be the stem portion of our goblet. Can we please see the goblet illustration? The visiting artist today in the Hot Shop is Granite Kalimpong. Welcome to the Hot Shop. We are making goblets today. Next week, it will be Goblet Week. And next Saturday, we'll have a goblet event. It's a ticketed event. You're welcome to get a ticket online and come on in and purchase a one-off goblet if you have any interest in coming down to the Hot Shop. So now we're working on the stem portion of our goblet. So as we dip into the furnace here, the furnace is has a large ceramic pot inside of it, which holds the molten hot glass. There's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass inside that furnace. He'll then come over to this table. As he marvers, it'll chill those outer layers. The glass is about 2,100 degrees inside of the furnace. He'll blow into the end of the pipe, cap the pipe. As the air starts to come out of the pipe, it'll then go into the glass, be captured by the glass, and then we'll reheat this bubble. The glass has to stay above 1,000 degrees while we're working it to remain malleable, to prevent any stress or fractures in the glass as well. And so this is why we use the reheating chamber. The glory hole is about 2,300 degrees on the inside. There's no glass. It's only lined with hollow fire bricks to keep, it can withstand those high temperatures. We turn off our ovens at night. Only the glory holes, not the furnace. The furnace stays on 24 hours, 7 days a week. So what we did there was we blew on the foot portion of the goblet. We blow it on, so then that way when we open it up, it'll be a nice lightweight hollow. Starts hollow as a bubble. We'll open it up. It'll disc out, and it just creates a lighter foot in opposition to a solid foot that's then paddled out. And so with these jacks, he'll go in and carve the excess glass that he doesn't want off. And so the jacks are two large inverted blades. So they're just basically like two knives. As you squeeze, it'll help carve stress into the glass. It'll help carve fractures into the glass. And wherever you stress glass is where it'll detach itself. It's a very sensitive material, but it also cools quickly, so you have to keep it hot. It has a mind of its own, and so being able to control it at this level and work very fast, it shows how good these artists are. Yeah, it's right there. So, in order to use these steel tools, there is wax on the bench. You don't notice it. They use it quick, like they swipe the tools over it kind of quick. The materials that we use to lubricate tools is water and wax. We soak the blocks in water. We soak the papers in water. We don't have those tools right now because they don't need it. These are like small, quick items they're making, so you don't really need those items to shape in this process. But yeah, there's beeswax right there. Smells like a little bit like honey when you coat the tools. So puntil or get a punti. Punti means to bridge. So puntil in the Italian language means to bridge the beginning and the end of a process. And so what Sarah did is she just got a punti ready. It's a transfer rod, so we can attach ourselves to the end of the goblet. And now once we transfer ourselves from there, we'll knock ourselves off and then we'll work on the opposite side. And sometimes it doesn't happen the first time. So we're going to try it again. So when things break, we can maybe try to save them or we can start all over. And so we're going to start all over. Once it touches the floor, no, you don't want to. You don't want to. And so only when you strip it off into that cylinder bucket over there that has the cutout is when we can recycle it. So clear glass we can recycle. Colored glass we cannot recycle. Glass gets colored through many different applications. All the glass we're using today is clear. But would you guys like to learn about how glass gets colored? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So as we've started over, the first couple maneuvers have involved adding that jack line, which is that large jack tool to carve in and differentiate the bottom of the pipe where you can see the orange and the top of the piece. We always work the bottom before we clean up the top. So right now we're looking at the bowl portion of the glass being made. Welcome to the hot shop. For those of you who are just joining us, we have visiting artist Granite Kalimpong creating goblets with us. Next week is Goblet Week, and next Saturday we'll be having a goblet event. So if you're interested in purchasing a ticket and potentially purchasing a one-off goblet, you're welcome to come and hang out with us here at the Museum of Glass. Meet the artists who have created goblets all week. Wednesday, Dante Marioni. Thursday, we'll have Jim Mongrain. Friday, we'll have Catherine Gray with special artist Nancy Callan. Saturday, Granite will be back. And then Sunday, the Hot Shop team. Sarah's bringing over a stem, it looks like, and Granite will adjust this stem to his liking. He'll design it to his liking. All the glass that comes out of the furnace is clear, and as we continue to take the clear glass out of the furnace, we have to replenish the stock of glass. And so that 1,000 pounds of hot glass doesn't just rebake itself and refill itself, right? And so there's a process known as charging the furnace that we have to do. And so we'll go in and stretch that clear glass out. And so, like I said earlier, all of the glass inside the furnace is clear. And as we continue to take it out, we have to recharge the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video? So that additional gather and that bubble will be placed on, it's a hollow bit of glass, it's a hollow foot, which will open up, which will give us a very lightweight foot at the bottom of our goblets in opposition to a thick or heavy base. And so we want to prevent any sort of shock. And so it's kind of like an onion. As those inner and outer layers chill, as they chill, they have to cool down slowly. It'll be ready around tomorrow, around this time. We're making goblets with granite Kalimpong today. Next week is Goblet Week. There'll be an event on Saturday. Earlier, when we were talking about how the furnace gets that clear glass back inside of it, can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Be here all. So as we go into that reheating chamber, first we gathered hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, and then we gathered a nice gather of glass and blew into the end of that pipe, which creates a bubble. We'll go ahead and put a jack line in, which will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. This will help us remove ourselves from the pipe later. And then we'll work in and out of the glory hole, which is the reheating chamber right here. Granite Kalimpong is a visiting artist making goblets with us today. Next week is Goblet Week. And next Saturday, if you're interested in purchasing a goblet, you can come hang out with us at the ticketed event, and you're welcome to purchase a goblet on Saturday. So as we go in and carve that line of tension, it's a reference point for how we will remove ourselves later. Okay, we'll blow, and then we'll continue to build this goblet up. So Granite started down in San Diego. He said first he would make ceramics, and then he went to a craft school. And so he started in school. Some people start in production facilities. We have a local Hilltop Artist program also funded by Del Chihuly, where you can start as early as 11, and it's during your school day, kind of like an elective. So in the Tacoma community, there are many ways to start. I think in general, glass blowing has become more so a modern medium like painting or ceramics, and so it's becoming a little bit more accessible in the collegiate setting also, which makes it really awesome. And so that way people have the ability to make glass or get their hands on the process younger, or in their college days when they're experimenting. He's been in glass for about 18 years now, he said. Yeah, I'm great. Uh, um, yes, he's a visiting artist today, and he'll also be here on Saturday. He's a part of Goblet Week. He's probably just warming up, getting some practice in, making some goblets so people can be able to purchase his work as well this coming Saturday. No, because the event will be Saturday. Oh, it always varies, you know. It depends on what they're making. The main team here is Ben, Sarah, and Gabe. Granite's visiting, but I mean, you'll have your MC, and then you'll have um, the main team with their assistants, and then you'll have a visiting artist come in, and there might be additional assistants. It depends on what we're making. This making goblets doesn't require a ton of people, and so that's what you see here is all of that's needed. But I mean, if you're making something big, you might need more people to be on the torch, be on paddles, be on doors. Everybody has one job and everybody plays a part. And you have to do that job specifically to make the process a little bit easier on the main gaffer. And so if you're at the bench, you're known as like the main gaffer. And so today, Granite would to be the main gaffer. Gabe and Sarah would be his assistants. You're looking at him. Yep. Yeah, totally. So as we blew that bubble onto the end, it's known as a blown foot, and then we'll open up the bubble, and so that what it does is it's a hollow foot instead of a solid placed foot to eliminate weight at the end of the glass. Granite Kalimpong is our visiting artist today. Next week is Goblet Week. And so every day, Wednesday through Sunday, Wednesday we'll have Dante Marioni. Thursday, Jim Mongrain. Friday will be Catherine Gray with special artist Nancy Callan. Saturday, Granite will be back to blow. And then Sunday, it'll be the Hot Shop team with a special lecture and history of glass with Walt Lieberman. And Saturday evening, it'll be a ticketed goblet event. So if you were interested in purchasing a goblet, you're welcome to come to the event and purchase one of the one-off goblets designed by the artist. So you'll also be able to meet the artist that evening. We have to work the bottom. So we work the bottom before we clean up the top. So bottoms first, and then we'll bring over a punty rod. So this is a transfer rod. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language. So the entire word is puntil. The hot shop word is punny up. So bring a transfer rod so we can clean up the top. So now we'll bring over the transfer rod. This is also known as the punty rod. Attach ourselves to the bottom of this goblet and remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. So now we're going to work and heat the opposite bowl portion of the goblet and then open it up slowly so we can drink from the goblet. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So we have the bowl, the folio, optic ball, the mirror disc, the stem, and the foot. This is just an illustration of how typically they're made, and the ones on the stand have been made. They're usually made bit by bit and then glued together. Or technically, you'll do the bowl, park it, and then work on the stem with the optic ball and the foot. And then you piece it all together. But everybody has their own way of doing things while making glass, and this is Granite's way of making his all on one pipe in one go, which is also a really fun way to approach the goblet. Thank you. So we'll knock it off and then we'll place it into the oven where it'll slowly cool down over time. It's kind of like an onion, so those inner layers and those outer layers have to chill all together. And we're going to do it all again in just a moment. So our visiting artist today is Granite Kalimpong. This week is Goblet Week. I'm sorry, next week is Goblet Week. So we've been making goblets all week this week. And so as you can see on the podiums here, there are some goblets that have been made by the Hot Shop team. Granite's approach is just a little bit different. He does it his own style of how goblets can be made. There's not just one right way. And so we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber and we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber just to bring a little bit more thermal energy into the glass. There's no glass inside of this chamber. There's only heat. Hi guys, welcome back to the hot shop. Come on in and have a seat. Let's keep our voices to an indoor voice as we're still working. So next week will be Goblet Week. We'll have different artists come in and make glass all week, Wednesday through Sunday. Granite Kalimpong is working with us today. He'll be back Saturday to create more goblets. As we're finishing off this goblet here, we will box it in a moment. Then we're going to start the process all over again. So we'll go in with those Jacksons. Bottom, how you doing? Welcome to the hot shop. We'll clean up the foot. This is the bottom of the goblet. We'll work on the top. So after this, at about 1 o'clock, we have to take a lunch break, and then we'll come back around the 2 o'clock-ish hour. So next Saturday will be our goblet event. It will be in the evening. It's a ticketed event. So if you have any interest in purchasing one of the goblets that's made, you're more than welcome to come to the event and purchase a goblet. So we'll go in and slowly clean up the lip of the goblet. We removed ourselves from the initial blowpipe to be able to then clean up the top. We always work the bottom and then we'll clean up the top. Cutting glass is a little bit tough. It has some resistance as it starts to cool down. You have to work really quick, but luckily this glass is thin, so it's not as tough to cut, but it still is really hot. So the work has to stay above, the glass has to stay above 1,000 degrees as we're working to remain malleable, to be able to trim it, clean it up, and just shape it in general. We'll work in and out of this glory hole continuously to be able to reignite the energy, the thermal energy in the piece. And then in with those jacks. Those jacks are good for carving into the glass as well as shaping. After we're done with this goblet, we'll go to lunch and then we'll come back after lunch and do it all again around 2:15. It'll be posted on the reader boards on on all of the visuals. Not yet, almost. It's natural gas and forced air. We'll park it. I mean, we'll place it into the oven where it'll cool down because the inner layers and the outer layers, when they cool down, we don't want them to crack. It's like an onion, right? Even though it's thin, it still has those layers. So we'll then give it a little tap off of this pipe and we'll place it into the annealing oven. Let's give Granite a big round of applause. Let's clap it up. And then we'll place it into the oven where it'll cool down over a period of time back to room temperature. It's very similar to an onion. The inner layers and the outer layers have to chill evenly. So now we're going to take off and we're going to go to lunch and we'll be back around 2:10. So come back and visit us at around 2:10. We have to take a small break, okay? Thank you guys for hanging out. Yeah, I'll take some questions if you guys have questions. I don't have any to give away. I'm sorry. It's pretty cold down here because we have AC, but not up there. You'll always feel the heat rise. Huh? Say it one more time. Oh, the temperature. So inside of that reheating chamber, it's about 2,300 degrees. So 2,300. All right, guys, we'll be back in just a little after lunch.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. So today, those of you that were already here while we were on lunch, Granite was already working, so you kind of know what he's doing right now. But while he's kind of finishing up there, I'm just going to give you an overview of how glass blowing works. So we always start with our two glass furnaces. We have our diagram up there. It's basically just a big bowl that we just melt our glass in, and it holds there about 2100 degrees, and those run 24/7, so it keeps the glass nice and hot all the time for us. And today you'll see us mainly just using clear glass because we're doing goblets today. We're preparing for our Goblet Week next week, and our visiting artist today is Granite. So you'll kind of just see us working off and on with Granite. Oh, right. Um, and then next to our furnaces, we have our glory holes or reheating chambers. Those don't have any glass in them. They run on gas and forced air. So you can see our diagram there. But we use those to reheat our glass because the glass will get cold anytime we take it out of the furnace. And those run about 2300 degrees, so just a little bit hotter than our melting point so that we can get it as hot as we need and keep it about 1000 degrees so that it won't break while we're working with it.
Thank you, Carly, for your beautiful introduction. Now, the next part of the process is you'll see that the furnaces are where all the hot glass is held. So as we dip into the furnace, we will then rotate, not rotate, we'll then blow into the end of the pipe. We'll rotate on the table to kind of just chill it up a little bit because it's very, very, very much so like honey, very hot, like lava also. So now the next step in this goblet is to add a foot. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So if you look, we have the bowl, we have Granite's interpretation of a stem, and then we'll blow the foot on and open up that bubble. We don't want a solid foot, we want a blown foot that's lighter once we open it. Thank you. If anyone has any questions, my name is Emily and this is Carly, and just raise your hand and shout them out, and we'll be happy to answer your questions. So, Granite Kalimpong is one of the visiting artists that will be here next Saturday, also creating goblets. Next week is Goblet Week, Wednesday through Sunday. Different artists will come. They'll create goblets, and then on Saturday we will have a goblet event, and you'll be able, if you would like to come, you can purchase a ticket, and you'll be able to purchase one of the goblets, one of the one-off goblets that have been designed all week next week. So Wednesday we'll have Dante Marioni, Thursday we'll have Jim Mongrain, Friday we will have Catherine Gray with special artist Nancy Callan. Saturday, Granite Kalimpong will be back. And then Sunday, we'll have the Hot Shop team, and Walt Lieberman will be giving a history in glass lecture. Saturday, you'll be able to come and hang out also in the evening if you would like to purchase one of the goblets. And then Sunday is when Walt will have his lecture. So it's a whole week full of goblets. Next week, you get to see some pieces being made and how the process goes. It's really fun to see other artists interpret their ideas of how goblets can be made. And yeah, if you guys have any questions, like I said, this is Carly. I'm Emily. We're here to answer your questions. We always work the bottom of pieces or the goblet specifically before we transfer them off the initial blowpipe, and then we'll clean up the top. And so that's what we've done. And so now we'll be able just to tweeze the top, shear it up, and then even it out. So back into the furnace we'll go. That furnace is 2100 degrees of molten hot glass. And so dipping into the furnace is similar to dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that steel rod in the furnace, hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. We'll cool off those outer layers on the marvering table there. And then we'll blow into the end of that blowpipe where it'll create a balloon similar, well, a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. I really like this process because you get to see everything that I'm saying as he does it in the moment. And then we'll go in and out. Can we see this the furnace diagram, please? And so as you can see, we dipped into the furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's 2,100 degrees, and it's super hot. You almost want to just drop the pipe. Well, at least I do, because it's hard. They make it look very easy. And so then we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber, the glory hole. The glory hole is also powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass, and it's lined with hollow fire brick, okay? And it's about 2,300 degrees inside of that oven. It's only a reheating chamber. And then we'll go back to the bench to do some shaping. Let it cool down a little bit. We'll reheat it, blow it out. Gabe will blow into the end of the pipe a lot faster, or a lot so very seamlessly. So you don't even know he's doing it while Granite is rotating that pipe. Okay, so you pay close attention and you'll see it expand. So in with the jacks are really large blades that are inverted knives, inverted blades, and what they do is they carve into the glass and they create a reference point, and it indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. This jack line is important because this is how we remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. So then that way we can work on the opposite side. Next week is Goblet Week. Wednesday through Sunday, we'll have different visiting artists come. Granite will also come back on Saturday. We have a ticketed event, a goblet event next Saturday. So if you'd like to be able to purchase one of the goblets that are being made, you're welcome to come back and take a look and take a goblet home. Saturday, we're having a goblet event, and the goblet event is you can buy tickets online at museumofglass.org. It's a ticketed event, and then we'll be selling all the goblets that are being made because Goblet Week is next week, and Saturday's the event. Welcome to the Hot Shop, guys. We have Granite Kalimpong working with us, creating goblets today. So one good question is always, why is the cone this shape? Does the studio need this, like for ventilation? The cone is actually in homage to the old Tacoma on the waterway here. When they revitalized the waterway way back in the day, this is where like wigwam burners would be to burn off the driftwood that would come this way, and so it's an homage to what old Tacoma used to be in, just remembering it today. And so it's a 90-foot cone, in essence, of what the waterway used to be. And it is open up there, I think. But the ventilation is like more so down here, is where all the cold air is coming from. You guys are probably warmer than me up there. So with his sofietas, he'll go in and broaden up those shoulders. Sofietas are little puffer tools. A lot of the tools are named after Italian terms and the techniques as well, because that's where glass was brought over from Italy. And so we used Italian terms and Italian named tools, but all the tools that we use are only designed for glass blowing specifically. And so, because we took ourselves off of that initial blowpipe, the only way to get air reinforced into a part is by using a tool. So when we knock off the top, the bowl portion of this goblet, we'll park it, Sarah will catch it, and then we're gonna park it in the garage. The garage is a place where we can hold items to be reworked into the process, which means that there's a hot side and there's a cool side. The hot side is about 1100 degrees and the cold side is about 800 degrees. So it's all still really, really hot. And so it allows the glass to be held at a certain temperature to be reworked, but not hot enough to melt, to continue to melt. So we'll park it. Granite will go back into the furnace and he'll gather glass. And then we'll work on the opposite side of the goblet. So initially, all of his goblets were designed on one pipe. Now he's going to piece goblets together, which is the way that the Hot Shop team has been doing it last week. So he'll blow into the end of that pipe and cap it. The air will try to escape and it'll create a bubble. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So as you can see, we'll do the bowl. We'll do our own interpretation between the volio and the foot of a stem and whatever other accents he would like. And then we'll put the foot on. So we're gonna work on the bottom portion, which would be the stem and the foot right now, before we reincorporate the bowl into the process. So as we continue to take glass from the furnace, that 1,000 pounds has to replenish itself somehow. So we dip this glass into the optic mold, which creates low and high points, and the glass, it adds texture and design. Now we're going to work on the optic ball portion of the stem. So now that we've built up the two optic balls, we put a little stem on there, and Gabe, what he did is he gathered up some glass and blew in the end of that pipe, marvered it a little bit, and blew it out. He's blowing on a foot, and so the foot starts out as a ball that we open up slowly into a disc, and so that allows for the goblet to be just a little bit lighter in opposition to getting a big gather of a solid foot at the end of this goblet. For those that are just joining us, we have Granite Kalimpong working with the Hot Shop today, designing goblets. Next week is Goblet Week, and then next Saturday we'll have a ticketed event that you're more than welcome to buy a ticket to and to attend if you're interested in purchasing a goblet. And as you see, they've connected the top of the cup, which is the bowl. Oh yeah, let's clap it up. They knocked it off the pipe. Give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Granite Kalimpong is working with the team today. He's our visiting artist. We have to place pieces in the box because the inner layers and the outer layers cool at different rates, and so they have to cool down all together in an oven that brings them back down to room temperature overnight. And so as we continue to take the glass, the clear glass from the furnace, we have to replenish that glass. And so just to learn a little bit more about the glass, can we please see the charging the furnace video?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So as we dip that hot glass into the optic mold, it'll create those low and high points, which gives us texture and pattern. We're working on the cup portion of the goblet. I'm sorry, the bowl portion of the goblet. Can we please see the goblet illustration? So Granite will interpret the parts between the volio and the foot as he would like. They won't be exactly what we see between the bowl and the foot, but it's really fun to see his style. So we'll make all these pieces and then we'll slowly piece them together. The bowl goes first and then the bowl is parked in the garage. Once it's parked in the garage, we'll work on the bottom portion and stick it all together. Thank you. So we'll go in with the ball portion of the, um, with the goblet. Sorry about that. We're making goblets today. We have Granite Kalimpong with us in the hot shop. Welcome to the hot shop. Next week is Goblet Week, so all the items that you see on the podium here are examples of what we'll be doing with visiting artists next week. Different artists from all over the U.S. will come in and create their own style of goblets, and then on Saturday we will have a goblet event. It'll be a ticketed event, and if you're interested, you're welcome to get a ticket and come to the event and purchase one of the goblets that have been made up into Goblet Week. So as Sarah gathered a bit of glass from the furnace, we'll go in and lay on the stem. So as we carve into the glass with those really big jacks, it allows us, it's two inbladed blades, inverted knives, and so it allows us to carve, stress out the glass, and then remove the excess portion. And what we did there was we blew on the foot, so we'll be able to open up the foot, and it'll provide a lighter base in opposition to a very solid placed on piece of glass to the bottom. And so all of these bottoms are blown feet, which give us a lighter base. So we'll prepare ourselves to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe now that the foot has been flattened out into more of a disc so it can stand on its own. We'll get a puntee rod ready. A puntee rod is a transfer pipe that'll connect us to be able to clean up the end, the opposite side of the cup, the goblet. Oh, yeah. Sometimes the glass breaks, and when it does, we can just start over. But it is something that happens. So we'll work on the top. So this cup, the top of the cup, we always start things on the pipe and we will do the bottom before we do the top. We'll have to take it off and clean up the top. Granite Calling Pong is with us this week. I mean, today in the Hot Shop. Next Saturday will be the goblet event in the evening. And if you're interested in purchasing one of the goblets being made, you can go online and get a ticket to the event. And the goblets you see here will be available for purchase. The goblets that Granite's making today will also be available for purchase. We'll be making goblets all day today. Have you guys watched glass blowing before? Have you watched glass blowing before? You have? She hasn't. So as we gather from out of that furnace, it's about 2,100 degrees of molten hot glass. We'll gather, rotate, and blow into the end of the pipe. The pipes are hollow steel rods. The bubble will come out, the air will come out of the pipe, and it'll form a bubble at the end of the glass. And then from there, we'll add design, continue to blow out the shape of the cup. We have to reheat in the reheating chamber. Can we please see the the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire brick and it's powered by natural gas and forced air. And it's used to reheat the glass from burning. To keep it from breaking. We only use the glory hole for reheating, and we gather from the furnace. He's gone into the pineapple mold, which creates a pineapple effect on the outer layers of the glass. My name is Emily, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. So as he goes in with those super large blades, they're known as jacks. They're two inverted blades, and what we're doing when he carves into the glass is he is creating a reference point, which is the end of the pipe where it's nice and orange and vibrant, and the beginning of the piece. And this is how we remove ourselves. This is the indicator for where to remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe. He carves in the glass just enough to be able to still blow into the end of that pipe to enlarge the bubble, so just enough to break it off, but not enough for it to fall off on its own. So now that we've added the stem, he'll go, or Gabe will prepare the blown foot by blowing a little bubble of glass at the end of this pipe. And then he'll come over and into an optic mold to kind of freeze the optic mold shape into the glass on the outer layers of the glass. And then he will continue, he'll reheat the glass and then he will blow it on to the end of the foot, of the stem, creating a foot. Welcome to the Hot Shop. Granite Kalimpong is the visiting artist for the day, and he is making goblets for Goblet Week next week. Next week, we'll have multiple different artists every day of the week. On Saturday, we will have an event where you can meet the artists and purchase the goblets that will be made all week. So what we just did there was we blew a foot onto the end, a bubble onto the end of the stem, which creates a lighter foot. We're going to clean it up and open it up into a disc, which will allow it to stand like the other ones here. We'll go in with those jacks to carve off some of the excess glass that we don't need. We'll knock it off. Those jacks are like two big blades that carve into the glass, which help us reduce excess glass. So now we'll go into that really tiny access point and start to flare it out with those jacks. It's a great tool for carving and shaping. It does all the things, really. It's a multi-use tool. So now we'll prepare a rod to remove ourselves from this pipe. So Sarah will bring over a punty rod. It's a transfer rod. Puntil means to bridge in the Italian language, the beginning and the end. And so we'll come over and punny up and remove ourselves from the initial blowpipe to be able to work on the top of the cup of the goblet. We have to position ourselves to make sure that we're aligned. Ooh, it was hot, but she's good. Sometimes when the punty is hot, it'll be soft and it has to catch the weight of the piece. And so because the weight is heavier than the glass, if the glass isn't cool enough, it'll move the glass. So you have to be ready to catch it off the pipe. And now we'll go in and clean up the access point of the top of the cup. welcome to the Hot Shop. We have Granite Kalimpong with us today. He's making goblets. I'll catch you up on the process as we go through the process of what's happening. You've come in at the end part of the process, and so I'll start over when he starts over. We will have a goblet weekend next Saturday and goblet week next week. Different artists will come. Wednesday, Dante Marioni will be here. Thursday, Jim Mongrain. Friday, Catherine Gray, the host of Blown Away on the Netflix series with special guest Nancy Callan. Saturday, Granite will be here again, making more of his goblets. Sunday, the Hot Shop team, and a lecture about the history of glass. And then on Saturday evening, you can buy the goblets that'll be made all week, as well as the ones that you see here on the podium. One-off goblets are a commodity in the glass community. And, if you're a collector, if you guys have any questions, my name is Emily. You're welcome to raise your hand, and I'll come over and answer your questions. Sarah got the tongs to be able to catch this piece off the pipe. And then we're going to place it inside of one of the big black ovens. It has to go into a big black oven to slowly be brought back down to room temperature over a system of time. So it's just like, when you bake and then you take something out the oven and let it cool down. These actually have to bake in the oven to cool down in the oven. And then we can take it out tomorrow. We'll put a little bit of water on the back of that pipe. Let's give Granite a round of applause for all of his hard work. Clap it up. And then we put it away where it'll bake down and it'll be ready tomorrow to take out of the oven. So the process all starts within the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, and it's about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. That is the big silver ovens with the black doors. It's about 2,100 degrees inside of that furnace, so it's super hot. Okay? And then from there, hot glass only likes to stick to hot steel. And so we'll rotate that hollow blowpipe. What I like about the goblet process is that they do it all before you very quickly, and it's really cool to watch the beginning of the process. So we'll blow into the end of that pipe to carve out a hollow space, which is similar to the shape of a balloon, and that's how you start the process. And then from there, we'll work in and out of the reheating chambers. Our glory holes here are from ovens that only have heat inside of them. Can we please see the glory hole slide? And so you'll see Granite dip into the furnace. The furnace, like I said, is 2,100 degrees. When he comes out, that glass looks orange, but when it cools down, it's only clear. We'll rotate and blow in. We'll rotate on the table, kind of just to chill those outer layers of that glass. It's really hot. We'll blow into the end of the pipe, which will create a bubble. So as we blow into the pipe, granite will go in. Gabe will continue to blow to, and then we'll go in with our jacks, which is two inverted blades, large blades that carve into the glass. And what it does is it creates stress. And we need this, positive stress. And so what it does is it's a reference point of the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. And this is where we're going to remove ourselves later so we can work on the opposite side of the piece, okay? So we'll use those really large tools known as jacks to carve into the glass. So as we blow out in shape, it'll just elongate and alter the shape of the bubble. The bubble is just the catalyst that takes us into any piece that we want as long as we shape it at the bench in the desired form.